Good morning, everybody. Oh, we got to take off the daily net profit here. Haven't had any profit yet today. Good morning, everybody. If you're here on the stream, drop an emoji in chat, either on the Market Clubhouse Discord or here in YouTube chat. Let's see who's with us on this CPI Wednesday special day today. It's going to be an exciting day. We got Oatmeal, we got Trader Pixie, we got Retberg, EQ, Viper. Make sure you guys are watching the stream at the highest bit rate here. We have a 1080p, lowest latency possible, so hopefully that's going to be going well here. We got Dath, Kim O, Nicholas C, Discount. Hello. Good morning, everybody. So as you guys know, today is a very important day in the markets here. Let's go ahead and switch over to eSignal. We got CPI coming out in 27 minutes here, 27 minutes and counting. We got Apex, we got Smooth J. Quinn, Apex, Kenny Lee. Hello. Hopefully everybody's doing well. So yeah, we have a very exciting day in front of us. This is kind of what the markets have been waiting for here. And for the CPI, it is projected to increase by 0.5% month over month, which is a faster rate than what we saw for July. July was 0.2% month over month. And so if you guys want to be listening to the print, I'm going to be giving it live as we get it. Hello, Optimus Flame. I'm going to be talking through the print as it comes live. If there is an opportunity, I may try to scalp this with some momentum here, but we're going to probably hold off on that print and then wait for the structure to come. Now, keep in mind, there is a delay on this stream, and so I don't recommend that you try to copy my trades or copy what I do. I never recommend that. Instead, I recommend that you listen to my commentary and come up with your own trade plans and focus on that and see if it matches up sort of with what I'm looking at here. So if we're looking at the NQ here, we're still building these levels. We got a level here from 504 all the way down to 455 and 3/4. So we're going to be building these levels. After the CPI print here, we're going to have a lot more liquidity that's conducted here in the markets, a lot more liquidity being traded. And so that will open up the door for us having better defined levels here moving forward. So it's going to be a lot more reliable after this print. The market's been waiting on this print. We have the CPI today, and then we have the retail sales tomorrow. And retail sales are also an important print for the Fed right now, going into this September FOMC meeting next week. And so, yeah, this is going to be, it's a week from today. We have FOMC already. So like I said, the CPI read today, we're expected to see an increase of 0.5% month over month. And July was 0.2% month over month. So we'll listen for the read. I'm going to read it out live as it's coming through on the squawks for me. And if there is a surprise in that print at all, and I mean even the slightest surprise, we're going to see the markets go crazy, up or down. I had a couple clubhousers reaching out to me in the DMs asking me, Rips, what do you think? Is it going to go up or is it going to go down? I said, well, make some tea, put some leaves in that tea, and then tell me which way they're kind of turning. If they're turning to the left, it means that the market's going to go up. If they're turning to the right, the market's going to go down. The point is that nobody knows until the print is printed. And the reason why is because we can have a surprise print. So if you have some silly furus out there that are telling you, well, it's bearish or it's bullish because of this. Well, have they seen the print yet? That seems pretty foolish to make a claim like that. I mean, that's downright stupid if you were to ask me, but this is why we play the print after it happens. We don't expect to know what's going to happen unless we have a leak on that CPI data. So if you're following anybody that's trying to tell you that it's going to go up or down, do yourself a favor and stop following that person because they're out of their league and they don't know what they're talking about. Of course, there's market structure that matters here, but until that print prints, we're not going to know which way the market's going. So If you want to gamble, go to Vegas. If you want to trade, let's trade smart. Let's trade after that print comes out, because that's where the information is going to be. Obviously, there's some players here. I was looking at the overnight prints here, specifically if we go over to the book map here. If you're looking at these overnight prints, I actually played this overnight in my XFAs. Not overnight, but before I went to bed last night. Played this in my XFAs, and I caught this this nice flush here. You go back to eSignal because my cursor doesn't work on book map. But caught the nice flush here, and went to bed, and then it ended up rallying and sweeping some stops here to the upside. So very, very mixed here in the overnight session. But what I did notice in the book map here is that you have a lot of players that were positioning. It was very, very heavy, but then you had a lot of buyers showing up. So it was kind of mixed positioning. If we're looking at the cumulative volume delta, the delta is showing us that we have a deficit of about 1,300 contracts here in the NQ. If we're looking at the E-mini, we have a deficit of about 3,500 contracts. And these are for the December contracts because, you know, as you guys know, it's quad witching on Friday. And so all of the contracts are going to be expiring. All 4 different types of contracts are going to be expiring on Friday. And now the September futures contracts are now officially conducting far less volume than the December contracts. So we're trading all of the December contracts now. Do you use an alert to go back to your computer and see this? I'm not sure see what. So if you're talking about the trade that I saw yesterday, so I use TradingView and I right click on a price level and I can set an alert anywhere I want. Yeah, so last night's flush, exactly. We also had some traders here in Market Clubhouse in the Discord that were also trading that Globex session. I was trading around the Tokyo session. Tokyo session's around 9 p.m. Eastern time. And the Tokyo session usually has some decent volatility. But there's a really, really nice setup yesterday where we broke the lower end of the structure. We talk about this in our webinar series, which we're going to be talking about a lot more here in this month of September. But we talked about this in the webinar where we had a sweep of liquidity to the upside to try to pop some stops, and then it dunked lower and it popped all these lower buy stops and or sell stops to the downside rather. Buy stops to the top side, and then we had sell stops to the downside. And we saw this clean liquidity sweep, and then we came back to this area of consolidation, and we were having another setup, and that's the one that I took. So it was not only having the alerts in TradingView that I use, but it was also having our supportive community here in Market Clubhouse in the Discord that was that clued me into that it was a decent, really decent setup there, setting up for us. I'm gonna go back to the NQ here in Bookmap. We are seeing quite the rally here off the lows. We had lows this morning as low as looks like the 56 area here. What's the low here? About 57.5, and now rallying all the way up to that was 457.5 all the way up to 511 now. So really nice rally here, almost 60-point rally in the NQ here. And so I still want to be hands off. I want to wait for that print. It's coming out in 19 minutes here. D Shadow asks in the Market Clubhouse Discord, he says, Rips, based on the options pricing and open interest, did it show any direction the market could perhaps go per CPI, high volume on puts or calls? Not that we base on anyway. Now, there's no really good information to see from that. It was sort of an equal bets on either side type of thing here. I don't think that we have any meaningful data to go off of just yet. So I want to wait for the print. Now, here's the thing. Again, if you are looking to play this print, there's so many different things that can happen here. And I would caution against it if you're a newer trader. I've been a momentum trader I've been really focused on momentum trading for at least the last 5 years. I've been trading for a decade now, but I've been focused on momentum trading for the last 5 years. And even myself, I want to be cautionary in taking this trade here because there's so many different scenarios that can play out. For instance, let's just say the print is a surprise and we start to race to the upside and you say you want to take a lot there. It can easily come right back down, whip you out, stop you out, and then go right back up. And you can chase that. And then the initial reaction, even though the print was favorable, can go right back down. Conversely, if the print is a negative print, you can have a flush and then a reflex to the top side. And so for me, personally, what I'm probably going to be focused on is, of course, digesting the print at first Because remember, we're projecting an increase of 0.5% month over month. If that's lower than 0.5%, the market should rip to the top side. The core inflation rate is expected to rise by 0.2%. So if it's lower than 0.2%, market should rip. So we could have a mixed print where the month over month is maybe 0.4% and then the core inflation is 0.3%. That's a mixed print, right? Lower on the monthly, but then the core is up by 10 basis points. So if we have confluence in both, let's say the core is at 0.1% and the headline is month over month is at 0.3 or 4%. That's confluence in the print. That's very bullish. If we have, let's say, 0.7% for the headline and then we have 0.4% for the core, that's extremely bullish. So there's a lot of things in play here. Trying to predict what's going to happen is pretty foolish. So it's just going to be better to just sit back and wait for the print here and see what happens. That's our best bet. That's how we want to play this properly here. Let's see if this is working here. There we go. Cool. So yeah, nothing for me so far today in this session. I do want to wait for the CPI. Now, NQ is going to be the wild print here. NQ is going to be the wild one. And this one can whip around 10-point chunks very quickly. Because keep in mind, you still have people that are trading the September contract as well. And that September contract has a lot of folks in it that are going to be rolling to December still. And so we're going to have a little bit lighter on the liquidity there. But for the time being, I mean, NQ is launching here. Take a look at E-mini here, also launching as well. I'll pull up the E-mini levels here in E-signal here. So this is what I'd be looking for. It looks, again, I mean, and I don't want to make any predictions before the print, but it looks like if we're looking at that liquidity down there, a lot of interested buyers. Obviously low volume, right? But there's some interested buyers below 45.08 and 3/4. So, I mean, if you want to be looking at this pocket of liquidity here too, there's a lot of liquidity that needs to be visited here, right? Because it blew right down through that area. We conducted some liquidity here to the top side, rejected it. But there's a lot of liquidity that wants to be visited here, as well as this whole section up here, right? There's a lot of interesting areas on the ES right now. So if that print is favorable, it's pretty likely that we would scream up to the top side there, if not higher, right? And we don't have higher levels yet because we haven't visited those areas yet. Yeah, big gaps. We haven't visited those areas yet. And so will we see them today? That is TBD. Now, we do have these lower levels. The level that I have for the lowest level for the December contracts is down here at 44.93. That's the lowest level we have. The highest level we have is 45.43 and 3/4. Well, after the CPI print, we're going to have a lot more volume that's been conducted. And so after that, we're looking probably at tomorrow, Thursday, or Friday. We're going to have more accurate E-mini levels, and those will probably be posted. And again, we post the morning memo goes out to all these brokerages. We got Webull, E-Trade, Thinkorswim, Schwab, Fidelity. All of these brokerages post the morning memo because we get so much great feedback about the morning memo because the levels that we post are just so spot on. I mean, they're to the penny. But if you want early access to that, it's posted in the Market Clubhouse every single morning, hours before it goes out to any of those brokerage houses. Let me show you the NQ levels we have right now. And keep in mind, these levels right here are they're temporary. You know, they're likely going to change after we trade the CPI print here. Those are the levels we're looking at. Hey, ABB, good morning. How you doing? Oh, again, guys, if you are enjoying these morning streams, please make sure that you give the video a thumbs up here. Hit that subscribe button and make sure your bell notification is turned on so you can be notified and alerted when the stream goes live. ABB says, is this a face reveal? Oh, we've been doing these streams for quite some time. I mean, the first stream was, I think, well over a month ago. But happy to have you with us here. Thanks for stopping by. And like I said, make sure you are subscribed and with your notifications on so you can see anytime that we are going live here. We're going to be live this whole week, every single morning from 8 a.m. to 9:15 Eastern Time, doing these futures live streams here. Yesterday's was a lot of fun. We traded some NQ. A lot of fun. We got that print coming out in 12 minutes here. So let's see how the market receives that print here. I do have queued up the NQ, but I could potentially trade the ES instead. Let me ask you this. It's all the same for me. I mean, obviously there's going to be much more volatility in the NQ, but for you folks who are watching, would you guys prefer that I'm trading the S&P or the NASDAQ contracts? What would you guys like to see? And this is both for the YouTube audience and the Market Clubhouse Discord audience here. What would you guys like to see? We have NQ or ES. I'm not going to trade the Russell or the Dow, but D Shadow says NQ to blow the account faster. Okay. That's we always use stops, so that's a impossibility. I guess I could put it to a vote. I'm seeing ES from a lot of you guys in here. Either is fine. Do we do a vote? I guess we could run a vote, right? Let's see here. Let's see. All right, what do we trade for CPI? And we'll put ES and Q. All right, gonna post this poll right here. Yeah, they moved together, but there's the link right there. Go ahead and click that link and vote. Get one vote per IP. So, any particular stock you'll be watching? Well, just the usual suspects. We'll be watching Apple, Meta, Nvidia, Tesla, Amazon, Microsoft. The usual suspects in tech. So I see there's 23 of you guys in here and only 6 likes on the video. I got to remind you guys, you got to click that button for me. It helps out a lot. We got to get this to at least 10 likes here. Wow, we got a really split decision here in the results for what do we trade for the CPI. There's a very split decision here. I'm going to get the results live over here. There we go. Looks like ES is actually winning here. I mean, these are live votes. Cast your votes. 8 votes now for ES. Wow. I'll vote. I'll trade whatever you guys vote for here. All right, we got 8.5 minutes now until that CPI print. Looks like we're going to be trading ES, guys. All right, so let's switch over to the E-mini contract here. Well, not that I've got to change this to the December. There we go. The likes just jump. What are we at now? Let's see. There we go. That's better. All right. Well, here we come. Again, we are looking for the bulls. We're looking for something below 0.5% for the headline. For the core, we're looking for something below 0.2%. And conversely, for the bears, we're looking for higher prints than that. Switch over to the ES over here. And this is going to change, I think, well, if it's bearish, then it should potentially change what the FOMC is going to be looking at for this this next meeting here. How wide are you playing with your stops? Well, let's see here. I'm probably going to do, what is it, 40 ticks? I'm going to put in a 60 tick stop here. But I'll move it once it goes on. So I'm going to do a 60 tick stop. Not that I need it. But that's what I'm going to be having here. All right. Very, very choppy so far leading into this. I'm just looking across the board here at all the tickers that I'm tracking. Not a lot of clues. I'll tell you what. Not a lot of clues. If anything, I mean, the one thing that I noticed this morning is that we had sort of a double bottom here on Apple. They had a really negative reaction to their Apple event, which was because the prices, I mean, Apple dropped, I think, 1.7% yesterday. Yeah, it was 60 ticks is 15 points, correct. 15 handles. Not that I'm going to need it, but I just want to make sure that I'm getting out of the way of the price action. I'm not going to sit there and let it happen. And I have my order quantity set to 1, and I'm using Chart Trader. Chart Trader, by the way, is this button right here. That's Chart Trader. If you guys were asking me this yesterday on the stream, how do you get those, the way that it's displayed on my chart? You use Chart Trader and it opens up a sidebar over here that you guys can't see on stream. But that's where I click buy market, sell market, buy ask, sell ask. Feel like you need really wide stops to let it work and develop without getting instantly stopped out. But yeah, I mean, the best way to play this is to wait for the print to come and then wait for the price to go back to areas of the structure that make sense and then trade it from there. But like I said, I fashion myself as a momentum trader. I'm looking to have a little bit of fun this morning. We'll see though. It depends on the print. Make sure my squawks are all turned up in my ear here. But we'll have some fun regardless. Trading should be fun, right? All right, make sure I got everything all queued up here. I'd really want to see, to the top side, would really want to see a big rally up to, in the E-mini, back up to that 45.30 level that was that troublesome area yesterday. So yeah, this is what the market's been waiting for all week. Retail sales tomorrow, CPI today, quad witching Friday. I think we have PPI as well. Yeah, PPI is tomorrow as well. So retail sales tomorrow. So tomorrow's stream is going to be just as exciting as today. PPI and retail sales tomorrow. So if you whiff on CPI today, keep in mind we got tomorrow as well. A lot of action in this market right now. This is the seasonality where things usually start picking on up here. So as a trader, we really look forward to this type of volatility. It's a heck of a lot of fun to play. If you've never played during this season, I mean, you're in for a treat. Especially if you started trading, during the summertime, if you're new to trading, boy, you haven't seen anything yet. We got 3 minutes here, 3 minutes until this print. Make sure you guys are calm and cool and collected. Just remember, it's just one trade. And, the best thing that I can say is that if you're new to this and you're nervous about taking this trade, well, number one, great, fantastic. Your body's working perfectly. You should be absolutely nervous about taking this trade if you're new to this. And second of all, use your SIM account. Use SIM 101. That's why they allow you to use that SIM account. Use that SIM 101 account and play it in there. so that you don't cause yourself any stress if you were to lose that. And then you get real practice in the market of how you would trade this. And then, if you're not the type of person who trades momentum, it's a lot better that way. Can't cause yourself any kind of harm. So I'm super zoomed out here on the book map because on an aggressive print here, we could see quite a big move here. You can see to the right-hand side here, right along there. That's the volume profile right there. So you're going to see wanting it to potentially jump up to that 45.30 area and beyond. But let's see. Less than 2 minutes till the print. So we're looking at plus 4.3% year over year is the expected read. 90 seconds, folks. Focus up. It's go time. Good luck to anybody who's going to be playing this. But overall, just take it easy. Less than a minute now until the print. And I'll try to talk through the print as I hear it coming through on the squawks. And keep in mind, there's a delay on the stream. There's at least a 5-second delay on the stream. As much as we want it to be real time, there's a delay on the stream. So keep that in mind. $20 seconds till the print. 20 seconds. Okay, initial reaction is down, waiting for the read. 0.6%. That is very, very hot. Year over year, 3.7 versus a 3.6. So it's higher than expected. Still no trades for me. Came down and tagged that 4,500. Watching the other stocks here. All right, now it's really dunking low. So I want to see around here at 44.93. A little bit hotter than expected, but not crazy, crazy hot. So a little bit of a bounce there. Didn't quite hit that 44.93 level that we have. Month over month came in at 0.3%, so 10 basis points higher. And then year over year came in at 4.3%, which is the lowest since September of 2021, but that's in line with expectations. So the month over month, a little bit hotter, 0.6%. And year over year, 3.7 versus the 3.6%. It's the second straight acceleration of the annual pace right now. So still no trades for me. Doesn't look like that violent of a sell-off, to be honest with you. Let's see NQ over here. I want to see. Yeah, NQ had a really nice reaction. They're almost down 100 points. So that would have been a nice one to play. I'm finding some consolidation here, right around that 4,500 level. Watching here. I'm going to take a long here, but then I'm going to be risking right below 4,500. I want to see this break above 45.05. So just watching here. So got stopped out on that. I was looking for a bounce in that extension over 45.05. I kept my stop super tight on that one. Watching again here, that 4,500. I might take another shot at this. Let me see NQ again here if we're seeing any kind of... NQ's bouncing as well. Taking another shot at this here. Going to move my stop to about 95. Right there. And again, I'm looking for that break of 45.05 to the top side here. So watching. It's flirting with it. Adding right there for that break. Looking for this to trade back up to 45.12 now. Taking off one lot there. Second lot off, leaving my runner on. I'm going to move my stop to break even. Actually going to move up my stop, trail that a little bit tighter here, and stopped out. So there we go. Lost on that first trade, won on the second trade. I wanted that break of 45.05, targeting that 45.10-ish area. Nice work there, discount. Looks like profit across the board there. Very nice. So that was just a little momentum trade looking for that break of 45.05. I'm going to go back to Ninja Trader here. So that puts us at $294 on that trade. One loss and a win there. So watching again here. I'm going to go drop this to the 30-second chart so you guys can see more of the activity here. So just waiting here for the next setup. Trader Pixie says, nice. There we go. All right, coming back down a little bit, just watching here. Go back over to the book map. It's still firming up. It's firm above 44.95. Checking out the NQ here as well. NQ firmed up. It didn't even tag 400. So that just might be a little dip and a rip here. You can see we're making our way back up to the upper ends of the structure here. Up to that 45.13 where most of the liquidity was being contracted right around here. So watching this push up, we should see some resistance here at 45.14. So just watching here. Yeah, on that first trade, I should have had. I shouldn't have trailed my stop so tight. I should have kept it down at 44.95. So watching here at 45.14, seeing if we have a potential squeeze on deck here. So as expected, coming up to that, a little bit of resistance here. So the print was a little bit hotter, but not extreme. So the initial reaction there was that downside snap, but now we have all of these buyers that are apparently interested in this here. Trader Pixie on her sim account made $400. Very nice. Well done. What was the data on the CPI? I read it as it came out, but the month over month's at 0.6%. The year over year is at 3.7%. So a little bit hotter than expected. It's the second straight annual acceleration pace there. The second straight time that we've seen the annual pace accelerating. And it's the first time that it's above the consensus in 7 months. All right, we are breaking above this 14 level here. Dude says, I rewatched the Bookmap webinar last night. So good. That's awesome. All right, we are breaking above here. I'm watching this closely. So the area that we'd be topping out at is about that 45.19 area. We got a lot of liquidity right up there in that area. So holding off here. Rips, do you think there's a lot of traps on these data release, such as a quick dump and then prove to recover set in a bull trap only to dump when market opens? Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of traps that are being laid in the events like this. And that's why, I had such a scalpy mindset going into this. I was simply looking for that momentum trade to the top side there. Obviously, base hits add up. You're not looking to hit home runs all the time. And if you find yourself kind of holding out and hoping for home runs all the time, you're going to get really disappointed. And so, even though I didn't run that all the way to the extension, you can see that I covered right here. The market ran to here. So I missed out on, about 8 extra additional points there. But I was looking for a base hit. I covered right into that first pullback. I could have added back there. But, these prints are very difficult sometimes. And there's a lot of volatility. So sometimes just booking a small win is better than, trying to get chopped around. When I have confidence in the setup that I was looking for, because we're holding that 4,500 level, and I was looking for a big swipe up there, about 5 handles, and that's exactly what I got. So that's what I was looking for. And again, it's you're not trying to get greedy, you're not trying to get overzealous. Looks like Jay Quinn had himself a nice morning there. Well done. Awesome work there, Jay Quinn. Seeing everybody in here and post your gains. Nice work here, Shan Hacks as well. Very nice. Good job, everybody. Hey, Cook, how you doing? Good to see you. Says, nice new setup, Ribs. Thank you so much. Really great to see you. Yeah, so like I said, we are sitting here with $294 in profit, just taking that trade there. Trader Pixie says, definite traps. Imagine coming in for the long now and getting smacked. Yeah, this is why we wait. We want to be patient. That's why you got to be okay with base hits, We were wrong on the first one. We kept our stop a little bit too tight, but came back and nailed the base hit. And that's all we're really looking to do, right? So looking at tech across the board, Apple's still holding above that level that I was watching overnight here. It's around that 175.81 level. You can see right here, big buyer stepping in. So we kind of want to watch on Bookmap for you guys. If you're watching around these areas here, see this big amount of liquidity that's being offered right here at this level. If they come down and interact with that level like that right there, they come down, you're wanting to see how they interact with that. They came down, they touched it, the price sprung straight up. So what you're watching for is that if they're offering a big amount of liquidity there, if there's a strong amount of sellers, they're looking to break through that level, and that offer or that bid that's sitting there, just holding that bid, they're coming down, they're touching that, and it's bouncing away from that. That's generally pretty a bullish sign there, showing that somebody's gathering a bunch of those contracts there, and they're looking to take that move higher. So keep in mind when you're watching Bookmap, watch these areas of liquidity, see how that liquidity is being offered, and then see how the auction interacts with it. Just seeing the liquidity there means, there's a piece of the contextual puzzle, but it's not going to tell you the whole story. When we come down, we interact with that liquidity. That's where the information comes from. What are we doing when we interact with that liquidity? How much was it in relative volume compared to what we've been trading the last, minute or 2 minutes? Is it being swiped aggressively? Are they taking it? Are they swiping down at the bid and it's bouncing back up? Conversely, on the offer, are they throwing up any of that liquidity there on the offer? Is it very firm on the offer? Are they able to break through that? These are the questions you want to be asking yourself as you're watching the Bookmap here. Just seeing the liquidity will only tell you so much. So I'm still flat here. Lost on the first trade, nailed the second trade. Surprisingly, I expected a lot more volatility. Obviously, the NQ had an insane amount of volatility, right? I mean, NQ spiked up. I got to see this print over here. This is what I love about Bookmap is that you can get really granular. You can actually get down into the nanosecond. I don't know if you guys know this who have Bookmap. I can break this down into the nanosecond level right here. And I can see right there at that nanosecond, that print was 3 lots at 524 per the nanosecond. So I can literally zoom in and see what happened millisecond, nanosecond level and see exactly what the print was. And you can see how completely hosed people got here on this breakdown. 29 lots there, 18 lots. I got to get this working so you guys can see when I'm hovering over these bubbles. That'll be an improvement of the stream that I'll be working on over the weekend here. But yeah, this is what's fantastic about Bookmap is going in the past here and being able to look at everything that happened. And this is why I say, recording your stream is so, recording your Bookmap sessions are so important. They have that recording function that's built into Bookmap where you can see all of this information and go back and look at it. And if you already know what the outcome of the print is, you can go back and look at the structure of the market and see how it was interacted with, right? So, Infletch says, can't seem to post in YouTube. You have to be subscribed. So if you click that subscribe button, then you'll be able to talk and chat. I'm going to scroll out here. Can't seem to post to YouTube, so you can't see if those are buys, sells being offered at a level. Well, if it's on the bid, they're buyers. If it's on the offer, they're sellers. That's how you know. You can absolutely see. Bids are always going to be buyers. Offers are always going to be sellers. You have to wait until the liquidity is interacted with and see if the bubbles are red or green. No, so you're going to be able to see that, when the liquidity is being offered, how is it being interacted with? If they're taking it to the bid, they're selling into the bid, but those bidders are buying those contracts. Shanhack says, oh, look, a bounce on 445.08. How convenient. Yeah. And this is why, we're waiting for these levels to be well-defined in the December contracts. Obviously, our SPY levels are going to be working fantastically well here. So if you're matching up the SPY levels with the E-mini right now, the S&P E-mini, you're going to have a really great time. What are my heat map settings? I've posted those before, but they're right here. Let me go ahead and switch over here. Those are my heat map settings for Bookmap. I highly recommend that you're copying those. This is the big one right here. Vertical smoothing, set that to none. And for some reason, it's always manual or auto for people. It's garbage that way. You can't see anything. There's not a lot of good information. I mean, a lot of people run it like that and they don't even know that, it's just not good to run it that way. So those are my heat map settings there. So we are curling back up. I expected a lot more violence. Obviously, NQ had a lot of violence, but I expected much more violence in the print here. I don't know if I'm going to come back and take another trade. Obviously, we're going to be trading in Market Clubhouse off the open. If you're interested in Market Clubhouse, links are in the description down below. Alongside, if you want to get a deal on a Top Step account, I love Top Step. I traded a Top Step account here for the trade that we took this morning, the 2 trades that we took this morning. The deal you get is fantastic. 20% off. 150K account ends up being like $119. 50K account is like $39. Really great deal. So again, those links are in the description down below for that. But yeah, I don't know that that I'm going to trade. I expected a lot more. For instance, let's just say that I like playing the reflex on things, obviously. Let me see if I can get this working here. Capture cursor. Let's see if this works. You can see my cursor, but you can't see the window that hovers. But right around here at these lows, when you see that we have this liquidity that's defined right at this level right here, and it comes down, it's not interacted with, that's starting to put on my cap where I'm saying, okay, we're looking for a reflex trade here. And there's a couple different areas that you can look to enter that trade, right? This is your second test here. That's a higher low. And I think that's not where we entered exactly, but that was where I had the right idea. And my stop was too tight. That's what it was. So my stop was around 4,500. My stop should have been at 44.95 on that first trade. And that's where it was on the second trade when I finally realized that my stop was too tight there. Moved my stop to that 44.95 area. And that's where we got that next trade, that push up into that area. And that's where we took it off. And so, yeah, on these types of trades here, I would have liked a more violent reaction to the downside, because let's just say that we would have flushed all the way down to, say, 44.85. The reflex to the top side would have been much more extreme. We likely would have came back into the area of liquidity. This is why this area right here matters so much when you're looking at volume profile. And if you're reading those books that I recommend, Markets in Profile is one of them. And if you're reading those books, I posted them in the Miscellaneous Tools channel here on the Market Clubhouse Discord. If you're reading those books, you're going to understand that this liquidity up here is going to attract like a magnet. And it's no surprise that when we dunked low like that, and we kind of find that the sellers are being exhausted at that level, the most likely outcome is that we're going to shoot up back into this pocket of liquidity up here, right? And my goal here was initially to go for this bubble right here, because that's where we had the first largest amount of liquidity being offered into the market. And so I was targeting here, and that's where I took off my trade. Because then we start to pull back. Once we meet that liquidity, we could easily come back down and swipe all the way back down to 44.95. In hindsight, of course, would have loved to keep on maybe one more lot there to see that all the way to the top side. But the reason why I took it off as we're coming up to that liquidity there is because you can see right here on that bubble, that's where we saw the most amount of violence that sparked that move. We're going to come up and revisit that liquidity, but more likely than not, we're going to come back up into this area of the volume shelf. And that's what we did. We came back up, we swiped it, and again, we're reaching back up for that volume. And that is the most likely scenario. But if we look over in the E-signal here, you can see, where are we going to be most comfortable for all of the volume right now? Where is the market going to be most comfortable? Where is the market in balance? The market is in balance right here in these areas of liquidity. You can see here, this bottoming tail, there's no liquidity that's been contracted in that area. Very little amount of liquidity here. I mean, we had this swipe down right here. That part of the structure has likely been repaired by now, but most of the liquidity for the past few days has been conducted in and above these areas here. And so when we're looking, where is the auction going to be most comfortable? Well, it's going to be in this area right here. So what I'm looking for off the open is going to be a breakdown of this structure or a breakout of this structure. Now, the CPI print might have not been more exciting, right? It was only a 10 basis point off of the estimate. So only being 10 basis points off the estimate, it's not as exciting. So what do we look for now? Well, tomorrow we have PPI and we have more inflation numbers coming out tomorrow. And that's likely what's going to move the market. If the structure remains intact today, if the structure doesn't remain intact today, that's a whole different story. And we'll be looking to seek new areas of the structure tomorrow with the data print that comes out tomorrow. It's all about structure, folks. This is what matters. And what makes it more difficult is having CPI in a week where we have quad witching, where we have all the contracts rolling, where we're having equal balance of liquidity on either side here, where there's people still trading the September contracts, they're coming in the December contracts. Not everybody has migrated over yet. There's going to be some folks who wait until Friday to migrate over. This is all important information. That's why I always say in Clubhouse, there's no one right way to trade. There's so many different ways to observe the market and look at things. And if you're just blinding yourself and you're not letting all of this part of the macro picture come in, you're going to miss out on a lot of information and miss out on a lot of setups. For instance, the trade that I took today, that's not based on macro. That's based on market structure. We're basing that on that we bottomed out. We're bottoming out there. Hourly lows at 95, bottomed out, came back, made a higher low. We had a stop too tight right here. But then hitting that second trade, coming into that liquidity that was right here. Obviously missing a little bit higher on that, but that's okay. That was our trade idea, and it worked out for us. So we're going to continue trading in the Clubhouse as we always do. We're going to continue trading off the market open here. And like I said, what I'm going to be looking for is very specific. I'm going to be looking for a break up of this structure to the top side or a breakdown. Black Cat says head on a swivel. See, you get it. Oops, I know you've mentioned this, but the ESNQ levels for December might change in the next couple of days. Yeah, the levels that we have right now, the ones that you're seeing here on the E-signal chart, those are temporary. It's given the volume that we've contracted so far in the December contracts, which is not all that much. CPI is going to help. The print today is absolutely going to help. but it's likely going to be we're going to have solidified levels by Friday. And when the contract rolls are finally finished. So Monday is probably going to be your most reliable levels moving forward. And that's why we haven't published any of the new levels here in the market memo, the morning memo rather. So does anybody have any questions about that trade? I feel like I've discussed it ad infinitum, but I'm happy to go over it some more. Just what the general idea was for the trade. And again, I hope that you folks are seeing this, that you're understanding that base hits are okay. Base hits are great. Base hits work. Base hits are a great way to trade, and it doesn't always have to be a grand slam or a home run. And if it's meeting your criteria for a setup, in this case, it was that dunk low and that hold higher low setup that we're looking for. Well, great. That's your setup. You take your trade. You take it off when you think it's right. With as volatile as these news releases are, it's pretty rare that I'm going to leave on a runner unless the structure is exactly perfect, what I'm looking for there. We got a couple folks typing in here. Again, I'll remind you guys, because there's some new folks that have stopped by here. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button. Make sure your notifications bells are turned on there so you get notified anytime that we're going live here or posting any kind of new videos. Oscar Trade says, I got stopped out at 6 points. If I left it on, would have finished positive, but I didn't want to mess with that daily stop. Well, there you go. You're going to get stopped out sometimes. It's perfectly fine. It's just trading. It's just how it goes. I got stopped out on my first trade there. My stop was too tight. Thankfully, we had a second opportunity to get in and make that trade work for us. But, that's sometimes how it's going to go. You have to stick to your trade plan. The last thing you want to be doing is, let's just say that you have a stop in and it's coming down and it's about to stop you out, and then you start moving that stop away. If you're doing that, you're going to end up with some oversized losses. And, if you have oversized losses, then it's going to add up, just like how base hits add up, oversized losses add up as well. So manageable to bring it back after the open. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that we have a really nice setup here going into the open. We're going to be keeping an eye on this this area right here that I have highlighted. I mean, we can actually even expand upon that, bring it up there, and I'd say right around to there. So that would be sort of the area of structure that I'm watching. And you can see here that if we have a breakout, we're likely going to be visiting this area right here. So 45.21 all the way up to 32.25. Because right now the market said that print's not that big of a deal. That's what the market's telling you right now. The print is not that big of a deal. Did these latest 5-minute candles say anything? Nope, not really. They're just trying to break out of this structure here to the top side. And that's what it's doing right now. It's tagging the top of the structure here. And you can see here on the book map, there's the upper ends of that structure. And you have a lot of folks here that are likely, who are long, who are trying to get out of their position, that would like to get filled, that were likely some long players down here. Maybe these guys down here. You can see this liquidity down here was being offered, or bid rather, not on the offer. I always say that. But that's what you're looking for here, is the break of structure here to the top side. There's a big amount of premium up here, but we would like to make it higher up to that 21.25 level. The more we do these streams too, the more that we do these future streams in the morning, the better it's going to be too. And I plan on doing these as long as the feedback is continually good. I plan on doing these Monday through Friday, every single morning, 8 a.m. Eastern to 9:15 Eastern. As long as you guys are enjoying this. And how do you know that you're enjoying this? Well, you click that thumbs up, you hit that subscribe button, you make sure your notifications bell is turned on. That's how you let me know that you're enjoying the stream here. So yeah, tomorrow's going to be a lot of fun. Tomorrow we're going to have PPI and some retail figures that are coming out. The retail sales, the projection on that is going to be an increase by 0.2% month over month. If that comes in cooler, that's going to paint a whole new story for us here. So could be very, very interesting. EQ says, going to sub and like from my alt account as well, just in case. Any questions here about the structure or anything that we were talking about earlier? And you can see I missed this. Go over to the Ninja Trader here. I missed this entire move right here, and I'm not upset at all because I know that off the open we're going to have some great opportunities. Yeah, definitely enjoying this. I would have piled in short and lost. Instead, I took a couple short trades for 150. There you go. Very nice. Yeah, on these data releases, you want to kind of nail it and be done with it and move on. And if you don't see a next setup, you don't really trade anything. You don't ever want to go into these prints feeling desperate, like you want to nail it so bad and, I need this trade to work out, because you're going to put so much pressure on yourself. You're not going to be able to focus on, the actual structure of the market. I mean, the print was out for it felt like a good minute before I did any kind of reaction here. I mean, I think I took a trade a minute or 2 minutes. Let me see what my executions are actually. My buy was at, let's see here. Yeah, 2 minutes after the print. That was my initial entry, 2 minutes. So I waited 2 minutes until the after the print, and it just shows, you can chill, you can relax. There's no rush to get into your trade, and you got to have your trade plan in your mind, and everything needs to line up so that your criteria is being met for your trade. If your criteria is not being met and you're very desperate and you're just throwing on a trade and if you can't go to the end of the day and write in your journal exactly why you took the trade and explain to yourself, this was the criteria I was looking for. This is the trade that I took. These were where my stops were going to be. This is where my profit target was going to be. If you can't concisely explain that in your journal to yourself, then you got to pump the brakes. You should be trading in a sim. You should be trading mental trades, writing down what ideas are. That's where your focus should be. You should be able to define every single trade that you're taking and the why of why you took it. If you find yourself that you can't do that, then you're going to have a real problem. Now, isn't this interesting, by the way? Let's go and look at the structure here. Isn't this interesting? You can see that we have topping tails here. We have a big topping tail here, and that went into the area of premium up there. So where would a change of character be? Well, it would be if we started really dunking below these right here. If we started really dunking below, and you can see that's where we're wicking right now. So this is now turning into something very tight and choppy, and that's okay. That's why I'm not trading it right now. Austin Trade says, the loss I took even a few weeks ago, I would have tried to revenge trade. Well, it's good that you're seeing some improvement. Hopefully that being in here is helping quite a bit. Eric S. says, MES long of a 4,500 and three quarters. Very nice trade there. Beautiful trade. Well done. Give it up for Eric S. Way to go. Well done. Yeah, so we got about 10 more minutes here of the stream. As always, I will stream Bookmap throughout the day. So if you want to stick around, I do stream Bookmap. So you'll have a full view like that of the Bookmap. And that'll just be running. So if you want to put that on a second monitor, that's what you could do. Trader Pixie says, I didn't think of that. Next time I'll play MES or MNQ for CPI. Yeah, there you go. MES is great. The micros are great instead of playing the minis. It allows you to still play with real money. And if you're only trading a lot, you can't really hurt yourself. It's $5 a point. And on the NQ, it's $2 a point for the micros. So you can't really hurt yourself unless you have a super duper small account. If you're trading one of these prop firm companies like Apex or Top Step, trading one lot in the micros is not going to hurt you. It's going to give you some real trade experience as well. I'm back here looking at the areas of the structure here. Let's drop it down to a 3-minute. Yeah, very wiki. Nothing I'm really interested in trading here. Which bookmap service do you use? I use Rhythmic. So Rhythmic is what I use for all of the futures data. I have all of their data packages. So DX feed is what I use for equities. And then also, it's called, what is it? OmniFeed. That's right. OmniFeed is like NASDAQ Total View. And it gives you everything that's kind of missing from the DX feed. Why not Kinetic? I've never been a fan. I like Rhythmic a lot. Rhythmic, I've only had maybe 2 bouts of downtime with Rhythmic. It's always been very reliable, very low on latency. Oh, which bookmap? Global Plus? I have Global Plus, but you could use Global just fine. You don't need Global Plus. Trust me, you're fine with Global. Do I still trade equities? Yeah, we trade equities, options, and futures in the Clubhouse. In the morning memo, I go over all of the different equities. And like I said, the morning memo is published every single day. It goes out to all these brokerages. So if you're with Webull, Thinkorswim, Schwab, E-Trade, it goes out, but you get it about an hour or 2 hours late. We publish it every single morning in the Clubhouse. In fact, I'm going to publish that right now. So for you Clubhouse premium members, there we go. There is your morning memo early at 9 a.m. So yeah, that's published every single day, and that goes over all the equity plans for the day. We focus on a lot of the tech-heavy names, and if there's a good setup for a name that's not in the tech big 7, then we'll also include that as well. Really just dependent on the setups. We're also in an interesting market cycle right now, ABB. We're in a very interesting cycle where it's very reliant on news data releases and the Fed. And we will eventually leave that cycle sometime in 2024, hopefully, fingers crossed here, unless the Fed manufactures some financial crisis and we have to rely on them for more quantitative easing and that whole thing happens. But hopefully in 2024, we go back into a news cycle reliant, not news cycle, but more press release. So, Apple comes out and they say, oh, we got a new Wazzy Wizzy. And then all of a sudden, Apple is spiking up, and then we're looking for a reflex trade on that. Gilvac says, with MES, MNQ, and 20 Apex accounts, it is very, very doable to do $3K, $150 a day. I found with so little drawdown, zero stress. Trader Pixie, very nice. Yeah, it's. I think Apex is fantastic. I traded 20 accounts with Apex. Traded them for about a month, and most recently, I took a $20,000 payout from them. And I have nothing bad to say about Apex. I'm currently trading Top Step accounts now because I do like that there's no intra-position trailing drawdown for that. And I think that it's much more akin to trading your own money. So you can hold positions overnight with not worrying about if you went into the profit and then it comes back down and it stops you out break even. That's the benefit I like of using Top Step. Eric S says, when next COVID market? Yeah, exactly, right? So like I said, I'm not going to be taking any more trades. I'm going to save my ammunition here for the open, which we're going to be trading live in Clubhouse. If you want to join us in Clubhouse, links are in the description down below. And yeah, that's where I'm going to be. I'm going to be doing the morning call in there for all you folks that are here in Clubhouse with me. We're going to be doing the morning call and touching on this CPI print, talking about it in a little bit more in detail, and then talking about what we have on the plate for tomorrow's futures live stream. And then we'll be trading the open as we always do. Anybody have any questions before I go, since I'm not going to be taking any other trades, and this is likely just going to be chopping around until the open here? Anybody have any questions? We'll just put that out there for about another minute, and if no questions, then we'll move on here. Trader Brixie says, thank you for the info. I have 4 PAs. I'm hoping they have a 90% discount soon. Nice. Links for anything that I talk about in the stream are always in the description right down below. And before I go, just one more time, if you are here and you are enjoying the stream, just make sure you give a thumbs up, click that subscribe button, and hit that notification bell. But it doesn't look like any questions here, folks, so I'm going to wrap it up, and I'm going to go move on over into the Market Clubhouse Premium Discord here. And we will pick things back up there for all of you folks that are in premium. And I will catch you guys over in there. And then for you folks that are tuning in here to the YouTube, you can just keep the book map open if you want to see that. And I'll be streaming the book map pretty much for the whole day here. All right, folks. Good luck today with your trading. And I'll see you guys over in Clubhouse. Take care.